Okay, that should do it, yeah? The YouTube stuff? I think we are prepared this time. Let me go find a little linkity link. I have to send some emails on my laptop as well. Okay, cool. I think we got the link, yeah? Let me get the rest of this going. And then one more thing. We'll just double check this. Okay, cool. Well, let's make sure our voice is working, yeah? Should be good, but one time it was not working, I don't know why. Okay. Okay, we set. Let's get some of this data going. Need to refresh our levels as well. What do we got for this? 7.9 foe. 86.6. Cool. Text somebody as well. Let's go. That short was dead on. TY. Papi chulo. Yeah, it was. It was right. You already fucking know. You already fucking know. Yeah, this ended up being it, right? We went to bed and this was it. And I don't know if you're paying attention. I'm gonna just move this level, but it was here before, right? So we also got the same pattern on the higher time frame, yeah. So the question is, have you shaved? Have you secured any profit on that? That's my question to you, brother. Let's finish with these levels real quick. Yeah, because I got juice alarms going off. Wow, though, I can't believe this didn't sweep. I gotta go look at the order book. I imagine there's some like a buy wall down here. Because that is incredibly, especially with this higher time frame liquidity right there. Wait for that to load. Yeah, you did. Okay. Okay. Good job. Good job, my friend. Yeah, I didn't end up getting in this short, but I mean I got in this one, yeah. So maybe I should have stayed awake for this, but I was so tired. It was crazy. It was crazy. I could barely even think. I know we needed to sleep because this is some very interesting price action we're seeing right now. Let's finish these levels real quick before we start to get, you know, our ADD runs wild. Not that many shorts closing on this move down so far, interestingly enough. Or sorry, not shorts closing, longs. Where were we? Okay, cool. Cool. Where's the? I can't see over my damn laptop. So let me know if this music is too loud or not. I can't really tell from I tried to just stream it like a few minutes ago, for like a minute, and then see how it sounded. I can't tell. How low do we think we're going? Who knows? Who knows? I don't got a crystal ball into the future. But I mean, in terms of targets, yes. Had these bubbles for a while. So these are kind of the main areas I'm looking at. The thing that sucks is I used to have a bunch of these Dale levels down in this price range, and I deleted them all. So I might have to add some of those back. Actually, let me put that on my to-do list because we are going to be needing some of these. That's lower levels. Yeah, but in terms of how we're going, doesn't matter what I think, right? My opinion is meaningless, and so is everybody else's. The only opinion that matters is that of the market as a whole, and the data will tell you what that thinks we're going. Okay. Okay. I'm curious if we recover right here, because I was watching this. I was considering taking a long. On the lower time frames, we were making like a pretty big. Like this was like the liquidity cluster down here, and we were making one of these, right? So I thought we might have, you know, done a little bing to the upside, but nope. I got lucky. Well, I mean, not lucky. I mean, I guess if I'd enter this, no, I would have been sold out at this point. Because what was I gonna say? I had planned taking this long earlier today, like using the fib. It's getting filled like bing. So if I'd done that, like my stop wouldn't have been tagged yet, but Yeah, wasn't around, so dealing with this water situation in my basement still. I've been where did I put the alarm? Yeah, up here. Because I suspect we're not done going lower just yet, right? This target is a big old juicer. Big old juicer on the higher time frame. Just show you what I'm cooking with. Pink. This has been here for months. Since when is that? November. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you. This is exactly what happened. Let's just kind of look at our higher time frame charts here. Where is this thing? How long has it been since we were at this little cluster? 150 days. People thought they were chilling. People thought they were safe. I'm telling you, it's the same, exactly same thing that fucking happened here. Exactly the same thing. How long was this? 170 days. People thought they were chilling. Bet. Bing. Now they're about to learn their lesson too. And we talked about this. Let me go find the video actually. When did we talk about this? I think it was in this video, yeah.
Oh, what is at here? Little. Little.
So on the recent, right?
I guarantee people.
Let's lower that, yeah. Where did I talk about it? Whatever, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? It was somewhere in this video. That's the fucking point. I talked about getting this down here, and I also talked about it in like my very first video in here. This is like 3 months ago. When was this? Yeah, it was here. This was December 22nd. Let's just listen to this for a sec, yeah? Goddamn. Skip on the motherfucking flip over here. You think your boat is selling up here either? Here we go. We'll leave this playing for a sec just while I Actually, no. I'll just show the chart, right?
They sell it to you?
This was the chart I had. This video is from December. What? 22nd. This was the chart. We talked about this literally fucking like 4 or 5 fucking months ago. Planned for this months ago. You know what I'm saying? Here we are. Here we fucking are. Months later. Bum 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 bum. Months later. We didn't break these highs in the lower time frames either yet. Well, let's put some alarms a bit more dialed in so we can pay attention to what's really going on while we do other stuff. Bum bum bum. Damn. Yeah. Damn, that's what I'm saying. I talked about this so long ago. This exact situation. To be honest though, and I don't know if I'm getting a little bearish here. A little bearish bias taking over. we'll have to see as the chart progresses, as data comes in. Might be going lower. I was thinking we were gonna like kind of tap the value area high of this node, like basically kind of where we are right now, and do a little like wick and then just start going. But we'll see. We'll see. And I changed my like for anyone that watched, what was the other video? I don't know. At some point, I was talking about getting filled down here for spot. And I did start getting my orders filled, but I changed how I had it structured. Like originally, I had like a pyramid in mind like this of orders. I had these orders set for fucking months, literally fucking months. But yeah, like given like the whole like obviously stuff that's going on with the tariffs and whatnot, and it's not even the tariffs, just like that is a factor, yes. But really, right? You know, we'd seen a lot of things running parabolically in the stock market. Like Nvidia had run up, Meta had run up, like Netflix. Like you can just fucking name like a 20. Walmart has like some crazy PE earnings ratio. And this is why that's why I kept talking about a motherfucking correction on S&P. Now, obviously, what we're seeing is a bit more than just that, right? Because there is the tariff stuff on top of it. So yeah, a lot of this is what I always say, guys. This is what I always fucking say, and like obviously this is not fully the case here, but these moves. Right? Like the same thing that we just talked about on Biddy, right? Like the people that get away with these positions, these like longs from these positions for months. No free lunches out here, guys. No free fucking lunches. Alright, how long have these people been in these trades? Damn near a year. Damn near a fucking year. And now you're seeing, like, guys, this is how the fucking market works, okay? If you don't take profit, it will fucking take it from you, one way or fucking other, right? No, unless you're playing like the super fucking long game, multi-years out, right? The zoomed out, high supply time frames, wealth creation. They're gonna get your fucking ass. They're gonna get your fucking ass. Like look at this, like it's I mean, this is just the futures chart, but damn. Like, I'm trying to see like how like look back and see how okay, here for instance it was 1 year, 2 years, like 4 years I suppose. Three years, 2 years and some change. Right now it's a year and some change. Like, you see what I mean? Like, and it's not even like we're applying the concept of leverage, right? Like getting stops on leverage traders to the higher time frame spot players, right? And in this case, it's just like there's so much losses in their portfolio that the fear hits them, right? Motherfuckers capitulate. Because like you gotta think about like a lot of people have a significant amount of their wealth in the market. That's what most people do. Like obviously you diversify with like real estate, or even like you can get like gold, right? all different kinds of investments. People that are of higher net worth, you know, do like rare art, etc. But yeah, like if you have a lot of money in the market, like let's say you're like a 60-year-old approaching your retirement, and you have like, I don't know, 30 to 40% of your money in the market. It's just, they're freaking some like random percentage here. And this just starts fucking doing this, like you're gonna fucking sell. You're not gonna risk ruining your fucking retirement just to fucking hodl, hodl. Right? Bum, 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 bum. So yeah, the people that aren't like very long-term minded, like that's really what it comes down to. At some point, the market is good. Like, there's no free lunches. If you're someone that's active in the market and not a long-term minded person, you're gonna get tested, right? You're gonna get fucking tested. Your understanding and emotion is gonna get tested. Cause like, yeah, like some of the drops in this stuff, guys, like fear is hitting the markets. And remember during the alt stream, for anyone that watched the alt streams, how much we talked about S&P correcting? When was it? It was after this, right? Remember this whole fucking, or was it this one? It was this. Like this massive leverage liquidation day. And I was saying, guys, like, we have not seen the spot market capitulate yet. We're one bad news in the S&P away from nuking the fuck down. And we talked about S&P seeing like a major correction. Yeah, so like a lot of these alts, like, I haven't even been watching most of them because like at this point, like I don't know. I'm sure there are some great swing trades and scalps and alts and whatnot right now, but let's go through some of these real quick, yeah. I mean, let's just see what has relative strength and what doesn't, right? We don't even need to like fucking Binance, interesting. Dogecoin has a little bit of little relative strength, yeah. Where are these? Goddamn. We'll go back to that one in a second. What is this? Pepe? Interesting. Pepe's still on a higher low while everything else is in the shitter. Did it sweep down here as well? Yeah, it did almost. Look at this. This is, when did we fucking talk about this shit? I should have been trading some of these honestly, but because yeah, when did we talk about this? Who the fuck knows? At least like a month and a half ago. Interesting. Interesting. Bum 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 bum. kind of want to buy a bag of XRP. No cap. No cap. Bum, 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 bum. We'll go back to bidding a sec. What do I mean by relative strength? I mean, look at it, right? Like, let me just spam through these charts real quick. You notice some of them are different than others, right? Some of them are putting in like a lower low. Some of them are putting in way lower lows. Some of them are just straight nuking down. Ain't even no fucking low to compare to. And some of them are putting in higher lows. And not to say that they won't go lower, but like they're holding up better than the rest. Something worth noting, yeah. What I want to look at was Link, I said. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Cause I didn't what's it called? I don't trade any of these. And it might be a time to buy some of these for spot, yeah. But we really have to see what S&P does, right? We need to, especially with what's going on today in the bond market. What the fuck? What the fuck's going on there? Speaking of which, let's look at some of these real quick. Okay, interesting. Interesting. What's all this stuff doing? Interesting. Makes sense though. Bum, 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 bum. Something else on my to-do list. Oh yeah, I gotta renew my options data. And gold. Where's it gold at? Back above 3,000. Bum 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 bum. And my emails. Okay, well, we gotta start getting dialed in here. I actually get some shit done. And we gotta be mindful of taking one of these trades, yeah? So I might not be yapping as much right now because I gotta dial in for fucking real. Gotta see the boy put in that work for real. Make sure we load this as well. Looks like we will be going lower so far, yeah? I think these guys are about to learn their motherfucking lesson. How's all this stuff looking? We are seeing divergence on the weekly, yeah. Interesting. Interesting. Looking like we're kind of getting close, primed to hold this potentially, right? Based on oscillating data. As we start to get into those lower time frames. Because if we have like this. Stacking with this, yeah. So hidden and regular bull divs on the higher time frames building up together. But we'll see. We'll see. This red box is gonna be quite telling. This is like the major liquidity below. So are we tapping this thing or not? And also depends what SP is gonna do, right? Where were we? Actually, while we're looking at that, let's look at this too. Because I imagine it's the same story over here. Even on the 2-day, we're oversold. Damn. Thing about this stuff they have to be careful of is that you know, the typical signals you use in the typical market conditions, that's fine, right? It's typical market conditions, but like you can't rely on these things as much when the market's panicking and whatnot, right? Doesn't fucking matter. Like, this thing was like fucking at the lowest statistical number ever. Doesn't mean people are done fucking selling yet, right? Doesn't mean people are done freaking the fuck out. So you have to take it with a little grain of salt in these situations. But it does look like a bounce is brewing, right? And it's carrying over to the higher time frames now on BIDI and S&P. So it looks like we're gonna a bearish retest of this, right? So far, looking like we'll see what happens down here if we get down here at this level. We'll see if this holds, because I am still in short. So there is a world where we hold here, right? There is a lot of garbage to sweep right now, or maybe just do something like this. So potential to add back to the short, first of all. Also potential to close out the whole short. Let's say we're going higher. I also gotta be ready to enter the long, yeah. I'll be ready to enter. Gotta manage both trades at once. Playing both sides. Surprisingly, a lot of longs are opening into this so far. It's a little strange, right? A little strange. What is this? How much am I up on the shorts? 440, 50, damn near 50 right now. And that's just what's remaining, my boy. That's just what's remaining. I'll put this alarm over here for now. We got CPI and PPI on Thursday and Friday. What the fuck? What you think? What you fucking think? I'm a fucking rookie? What the fuck you think? I'm just looking through the order book. Because I'm so shocked that this held. At least for now, right? At one point there was like a 500 biddy buy wall. It's not even that much though, right? I'll use, if this is really gonna hold for fucking real, I'm expecting to see like thousands of biddy down here in a buy wall. Because 500, that's just gonna get punched through. Light work. How the ETFs have been doing as well? Out of curiosity. I know. Open interest is flying up down this, on this move down. Interesting. Very interesting. Funding starting to flip negative as well. I'm starting to lean more towards seeing like a sweep of this garbage. Let's see if there's any high leverage liquidations that we're leaving behind up here, because I imagine there probably is, yeah? Yeah, there is. Okay, interesting. Like in this region, yeah. I'm trying to get a feel for how many high leverage liquidations there are and where they're clustered at. Seems like here and here. Where was it? Like in this in this region. So there's one set here and one set here. We'll keep that in mind. Because we might just come up and tap this and go, not even sweep that. We'll keep all of this in mind. So far it's holding this though, right? Holding our imaginary level. Are the ETF flows important? No, not really. Like I was looking more so for just to get a feel if people are allocating or not. No, but if you actually, if you plot out the ETF inflows and outflows, they're pretty retail-like, actually. They're like buying the top, selling the bottom, the hardest. Which it makes sense. Like a lot of people think it's like, like BlackRock CEO like is buying fucking Bitcoin and selling it every day. Like, no, it's just fucking... It's just a vehicle that they offer that people can buy and sell Bitcoin through in the traditional markets. It's just it's obviously there's institutional activity, but there's also a lot of like retail activity there. And institutional are not excluded from retail behavior, right? Because there's a financial institution does not mean that they're good at managing money. Most are not, actually. Just like any other job, most people suck at their fucking job. And then, you know, the 1%, the most performance, those are the fucking, you know, the BlackRocks, Jane Streets, etc. And obviously, like, these are different financial entities, right? They're not the equivalent in that regard. But it's to say that, like, they're both performing at what they do, yeah? Like the other day, I saw some video of some guy that, like, ran a fund or something. I don't know what the whole story was, because I wasn't trying to read all that. This guy, like, made a video. He's made a, like, record himself, like, crying to his investors. Saying how he lost all their money in some like oil trade gone bad. Can you imagine you give your money from somebody to invest and they're just lose it fucking all, just lose all your fucking money? And this guy's crying on a video. That's how you find out. Okay, let's go back to looking at this. So right now we should be watching this, right? More than anything. Or we should have been. But so far it looks like Sue's in the golden pocket, yeah? So now let's go back to the full degenerate one. Bum, 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 bum. What else I need to do? Oh, I have my options data. And these emails. Bum, bum, actually, we'll do both these at the same time, yeah? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. I'm gonna have to go get my credit card. Bum, 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 What was my damn password for this? Sun Yun wins. Hello. 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 Tips for a beginner. I'm not a fan of that question. And the reason I say that is because it's very hard to answer, right? I don't know what you don't know. So, oh, my email's typed wrong, that's why. I'm so dumb. Yeah, but like, I feel like the best person to answer that is yourself, right? Like, what don't you know about? Like, I have like a Discord with some stuff. I'll just show you in a second. Just go to my channel and look at the thing. But yeah, in there I have like a resources section that you can kind of like read a bunch of random things. But at the end of the day, like it's not in order or anything. You just kind of have to read the things that you don't know, right? Start with some of the theories or some market theory. Then go to the introduction stuff if you don't know that, and then from there kind of just do your own thing, right? Branch out. You know, what I would say is that trading is highly competitive, yes. Anyone in the world can do it. Super easy to access. Minimal amount of money you can get active in the game. So, and also highly lucrative, right? A lot of risk, but a lot of reward. So, very competitive, right? Because of that, it's very competitive. So the people that, you know, are self-driven, I guess, a go-getter. Like, you don't, and I'm not saying this to attack you or anything, right? I'm just saying, like get a feel for how the game really fucking goes, right? The people that kind of ask that stuff, like you're already on the back foot, right? You're waiting, right? You're hesitating. Maybe for someone to tell you what to do. When you can just answer that question yourself, right? And this is what you're competing with. Like, the most effective, profitable traders and people that work at these large institutions that run the show and are good at their job. It's these people. So it's gonna be very hard to compete if you're in this set, yeah? So kind of get into the habit of kind of figuring shit out yourself. In the sense that like, everything is available online. Me personally, I learned how to trade on the internet, right? Bought some books, read stuff from Google, asked stuff on ChatGPT, And like watch it on YouTube. And that whole process was like self-directed.
The real question is how much are you paying per gallon?
There's a fucking ad on this YouTube thing.
Stains and primers only at the Home Depot. And pros
And like I'm not to say that I'm like good at what I do or anything.
program. That's how pros do more. Visit Home
But more so like the whole person A, person B thing. So if you're gonna want to compete and do well, like you kind of gotta get up from the B to the A. But if you do have any questions, like you know, ask away, my friend. Not that I'm an expert, but I do enjoy learning things. Sorry, I'm just distracted while talking. I'm looking at these charts and whatnot. But yeah, if I know something, I'll kind of let you know, and if I don't, I'll let you know as well. I'm not gonna lie to you.
The Matrix is a system,
Anyways, let's not pay this too much in mind right now because you have this alarm. The thing is, I'm looking at it because it's about to go off. I'll probably put it a little lower, yeah. I'll put it down here for if we lose a golden pocket. So until we get up here or down here, doesn't really fucking matter.
Most of these people, and many of them are so inert, so hopelessly
Yeah, hopefully that made sense, yeah? Person A, person B. And that, I'll circle back to that in a just to answer the larger concept I was addressing. Of being able to guide, like being curious enough and driven enough to guide yourself, right? I'm sure you know what you don't know, right? You know better than me. So like the tips for beginners is the question best answered by yourself. Like if you know what you're looking at, start with that. Whoops. I gotta write this other email. That's something else I needed to do. I'm forgetting something. I don't know. I have to do something. I'm forgetting. There's something I didn't write down. I don't know what it was. Don't know what it was. Anyways. What's all the extra stuff on my chart? I mean, I guess we'll break it down real quick, yeah. This stuff right here, like this, is the VRVP, Visible Range Volume Profile. It just shows the volume by price instead of by time, which is what these are. And what is this volume? Which is just one exchange, right? An exchange of Bitcoin. Oh yeah, what else? This stuff. Like these blocks, where are these? This. It's how much time price spent somewhere. So like in this zone, the price has spent a lot of time here for this 1 day period. Like each one represents 1 day. And if you want to know the math behind this, why this is used, yeah, I would just go to my Discord and read some of the stuff. Like read auction market theory, because the concepts of that apply to both this and this. And that's like really the main things I use. That and then like this Fibonacci retracement. And then obviously like some of these curly lines here are... Actually, I'll rewind that in a second. So yeah, those are the main 3 things, right? Like this is a typical price action candle chart. And then the visible range volume profile and the time price opportunity, TPO. So yeah, that's like the main things I'm looking at most of the time. And these dashed lines are just my levels of interest. They're not necessarily relevant to other people's charts. If I don't know the color coding of this, what it means, someone asked it in the Discord, so I already answered in there. So go read that if you want. It's in the question answer area or whatever. Yeah, I mean the other stuff after that is these VWAPs, volume weighted average price. That's really it, honestly. More or less it. What's this data doing? It's up to date. It is. I need to move this shit. TY. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing you can't find online, but in terms of the things to look up, right? I say that's a pretty good place to start. This, where is it called? This thing right here. If you don't even want to bother trying to Google it right now, you're that impatient. This one should be good enough. A lot of stuff in here. Okay, cool. Let's go back to this. Get our options data back. I'm just thinking if I want to try a different options provider. Actually, let's look into that. Let's look into that. Out of curiosity, right? Because I've been using Unusual Whales, but I'm curious if there's anything else worth just trying it out, right? Just seeing what's going on over there. Because I do know there is. Trading volatility is 1. Ba-bum-bum-bum. What else does it have on here? Let's research some of these. Yeah, let's check some of these out. What is this? Actually, we'll do the other one. Trade ticks. I have to research this tomorrow. But the thing is, if anything, I'll buy like a month of Unusual Whales while I research this later on tomorrow. Because I'm curious actually like who their competitors are and if there's any of the pros or cons to them. And also like the pricing rates. So for now we'll just get, we'll worry about this later. We'll get a month of this now, 'cause I think that it's a possibility. So that way I'm not stuck for a whole year if I want to switch or try other shit. Okay, cool. No, I don't need my credit card 'cause I got that shit memorized, boy. Oh. Am I longing the box? Maybe. The thing is, like, we did have a nice div forming here, but it's about to get invalidated. It's about to get invalidated. If this is just like a regular market day and typical Bitcoin price action, and this is just some liquidity box below us, probably. But like the tariffs go into effect tomorrow, blah blah blah. Plus, this is like such a high time frame level we're about to liquidate down here, right? This is like a half a year just sitting there. So I'm a little bit. worried of something where we come down here. And then we really fucking roll over for real. Right? Even if it's just like a wick. That or ends up being like a wick on the higher time frame. But yeah, like who know, like right? Imagine just some random news event comes out, some bearish ass fucking news. As we're like attacking this. How low does this box go? It's like 70. The thing is, like, there's more liquidity than this, right? This box is like the thickest, but there's more below. It ends at around 706 right here. Let's just put a line for now, right? Put this bitch blue. What is this? Uh oh. Where'd that thing go? Yeah, so like very realistically we can come like way down here, yeah? And there's still more below, that's the other thing, right? This is not some... You know, there's a lot down here. 706 would be right here. I'm like on the lower time frame. We're looking at this, right? I'm thinking more like we bounce a year probably, but we'll see. We'll see, right? Depends what S&P does. The end of the box is right here. Where was it? I think it was like 706 something. 7065. Yeah, it's like right here, right? Bum, 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 bum. I'm thinking if why not just like honestly just because I'm gonna go to bed soon, right? I might just set limits down here to be honest. Because after that, the next like liquidity box is like 67. And below, like right at the volume point of control. Or you're really just gonna nuke down and not even do like a little bit of a bounce, especially with how the oscillators are already postured. Interesting. I have to give this some thought. I don't know why I just went on some like whole fucking distracted rant from that one question. And in terms of I'm not lumping in the box, like yeah, I mean, I guess that was my train of thought on that box, right? Because we can go a lot lower on this, that's the thing. A lot lower. Look how low some of these are. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. The only thing about that is that the next box is like down here. Like there's this liquidity to grab, and then there is here. Bum, 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 bum. And I don't like the thing is like maybe I shouldn't set limits. That's the thing. That's the real dilemma that's going on. I might just do it to be honest. Right? Because the thing is, like, look, suppose that we lose, like, we come down here. Like, let's assume we're not reversing right now, right? And we do come down here and get this first box. Are we really gonna lose this one as well? In terms of this, like, fib? Like, are we really just gonna fucking do this? Without bouncing at all at any point in this range? Like, even if we do lose this point of control, we're probably gonna bounce the value area low, right? We're not just gonna nuke straight fucking down to zero. I mean, it's possible, I suppose, right? Right? It is possible, I suppose. But, like, realistically, and maybe that happens slowly, right? That's the thing. Maybe that does happen on a slower, and then getting fill like this is not ideal, perhaps. But we're getting too far ahead of ourselves. But yeah, like this might not be like a terrible. Like how much leverage could you use on this? Like 3 basically. And if you scale in with like you can get that number higher. Depending on how you scale in, you can get that number way higher actually. Maybe it is worth it. Well, we'll see. If we're going to go to bed, maybe we'll leave some. Because this is quite the drop as well, right? Now, we'll worry about it later. But yeah, in terms of like a higher time frame, lower leverage trade, I'd definitely consider something like that, right? Because I very doubt that we don't like at least like hold this sweep. Like we're not just gonna blow all this without at least revisiting the range high kind of thing. But we'll see. We'll see. That's why like we'll have time to make this decision as well, right? Because even if this does happen, it's probably not going to be in like 30 minutes, right? This is a daily chart. We just have to keep the context that these boxes now are higher time frame liquidation zones. How much nominal value is there, by the way, in terms of actual liquidations? Because at this point we're dealing with like hundreds of millions to billions, right? It's not like typical like lower time frame sweeps that like clear like, well, let's just look, right? Like 50 mil, 60 mil. We're talking about billions of dollars now in terms of liquidation. So gotta be prepared for that, right? Because these moves down can get really fucking violent when it's that much. If people aren't buying, so we'll have to be monitoring the order book as well, right? How deep is the motherfucking order book? People stick them to the table with the racks, ready to load up their fucking bags or not. So yeah, you know, a lot of data, And you can go more water. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna do that now because I need to go get a phone charger as well. Anyways, in terms of this, yeah, the most ideal situation is like we're here to see the reaction. How's this doing, by the way? I mean, we'll have to watch this, yes? I mean, so far, kind of like bounce right below at the top of point of control. At the bottom of this value. Doing the bullish retest of it right now. Anyways, we won't use that because we're not going to be watching that hardcore. What I'm more concerned with is, do we hold this 7.5 and then come clean a single print at the 0.5 and then go lower, or not? That's what I'm really watching here. And also this make a point of control, right? We'll be sweeping all this garbage. So we'll leave that open like that for now. So far, it looks like we might gap down lower tomorrow, right? Yeah, so far, Flux is getting rejected as well, right? Flux is getting rejected in regards to that. Probably also clean this chart a bit, or add some more levels. There's a gap here as well.
Yo, ask yourself this question. Next time you see your reflection, is it me or my ego? Whose name's getting mentioned? Am I a man or a monster? Is it a job or a hobby? Is it honest?
True. True. I don't even know what you said that to, but true. True.
In my head, telling me to send them a headshot. Another voice said, you got bent shoes on your desktop. They say home is where the heart is. So why am I feeling different? I'm trying to
Hey, we gotta get ready, right? Because remember, we got CPI and PPI this week, right? So we got our charts ready for these higher, larger moves, right? I got charts prepared for these larger moves. Let's do it like this, actually. I don't know why I'm doing it like that. Okay. Okay, I think we're caught up there, yeah. I think we're caught up there. Okay, let me get this water. Let me get this charger real quick.
Moving as a collective, you understand? Anything blow over here, we're dealing with. We put the in blue. Crept up, hit him with two who smacked him, got the whole city confused. Rest up boots, tie up the boots, roll up and eliminate youths. It looks good on the net, you pussy, live in the flesh, your niggas are suits. They got raw, gassed up by assassin till he heard fucking slap him. No one in can level my badness, he can't be talking about my block. I think the AK's massive, of course, start crashing, that man start dashing. We nearly build it, multiple mashes, multiple splashes. We got his brother and crew. Tough better back what you're saying, we do walk out so we drive by spray. He got bored up, 10 weeks what I gave and I'm craving. Pats every fight we are staying. Swinging the swords, I doing my chores and I threw off the door if I can't find a way in. Side of my turn into back, not patient, slid over damage, the cross that rain. We put the in blue. Crept up, hit him with two who smacked him, got the whole city confused. Rest up boots, tie up the boots, roll up and eliminate youths. It looks good on the net, you pussy, live in the flesh, your niggas are suits.
God damn, my fucking... It is so cold where I am compared to where I was a day ago. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. I was just in t-shirt, fucking shorts weather. And now I'm fucking in a sweater, fucking freezing. My throat hurts from how fucking cold it is. The temperature changed. Like I'm really getting fucking sick. Like, fuck this. Where? Do I tell you where? Should I tell you where? I'm in Canada. I was in Toronto, and weren't you? Yeah, we were here yesterday. Well, I mean, I guess you don't know where I live, but yeah, the whole water situation. I had to drive to a different city from Toronto, and it's way colder. There's literally a fucking there was a snowstorm on April 8th. Or I guess it was like yesterday at night. Yeah, like you can see here, it's -6 fucking snowing. It's still going. And it's not even that far from Toronto, and Toronto was warm as hell. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, like the cold is getting to me. Like I'm getting sick. My throat's really bothering me right now. I don't know if it's from like maybe talking so much because I haven't talked in a while from streaming, but probably a mixture of both, to be honest. Because usually I'm just at home nerding out working, right? I barely talk throughout the day. Where are you from? That's the question. Hopefully better than fucking here. This is my doctor still. Fuck. Fuck. California? Cali? My boy. I mean, California's pretty massive, but I get the gist. Yeah, California's pretty cool. I mean, I don't know. I suppose I haven't been in a while, actually, but especially after all the fires and whatnot. Babe, but usually good vibes out there, right? Good vibes. I should go there soon. Kind of miss it. Especially this cold weather's got me missing it. Kind of want to move. Somewhere where there's low taxes, a bunch of young people. Ideally. Might fucking do it. Because the taxes where I live, god damn, not it's not even fucking worth it. If I was like dating someone, then like, yeah, fuck, I'll fucking stay here, right? Like assuming that they wanted to. One thing is my family's still here, but I think they're considering moving, so if they move, catch me out in Dubai. Catch me out in fucking Dubai. On the Palm. Pulling up in a Bugatti. Or like Panama or something. Oh yeah, I never finished this. 12. Is these longs opening? I don't know. We are seeing a shorts open, some pretty big shorts on OKX, but a lot of longs open on Binance, and they haven't closed yet. And they're already underwater, right? They've been opening like in this whole like little arc down. So I don't know what's up with these dudes. But we are seeing a lot of shorts starting to open, some pretty sizable shorts on OKX and Binance. So, you know, kind of step one of, you know, potential reversal brewing that we were talking about with the box, taking the trade to the box. Starting to see it, yeah. We can check that off the list, potentially. Already starting to happen. Some bottom shorters, perhaps, right? I'm fucking bottom shorters? What is that? Oh, the video alarm that we're looking at right now. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. The other thing I want to potentially see is like spot volume start to spike. Right now we're not really seeing it. What's this doing, by the way? Same story. It looks like they want lower. Have I been to Dubai? No, I have not. No, I have not. But I mean, I've seen a lot online. Obviously, it's not like equivalent to going there, but the gist of it. Definitely considering moving without even fucking being there. I'm considering moving there. That's how good of a job they've done. Well, one thing is that like I read some people online saying that like, oh, the people there are like fake or like-minded in some regards. I don't know if everyone feels that way though. But aside from that, the general gist from that I've read about it seems like a pretty sick place to live, and not as expensive as you would imagine either. Yeah, like, I mean, also considering, I don't even know if I'm gonna move yet, right? I feel like if I do that, I'd be like at least a year away. Right, I'm already giving it thought. Like Panama, even like Spain or Portugal. Like somewhere in like Texas. I don't know what city exactly, but potentially. Trying to think of where else. Maybe even like Singapore or something, but I feel like quite the culture shock. I've never been there, but and I hear good things about it as well. I feel like for me it'd be quite the culture shock. I've never been that far east. But apparently Singapore is pretty sick too. Also low-key becoming like a finance hub. But really, the one thing I'm looking for is low taxes. And be like a lot of people. Like high dense population. It's like a lot of young people, right? You don't want to move somewhere where there's like no one your age. At least in regards to me in the position of life that I'm in. Cause I want a date, you know. Nobody wants a date. Or like I'll have like a lot of people around. A booming dating scene. Lots of shit to do. That'd be fire? Yeah, potentially. Potentially. What I'm really thinking about is MicroStrategy. People are really freaking out because they think that they're gonna get liquidated. I don't even think that's a possibility. Probably even insane. Fuck. I'm so distracted. Oh yeah, that's the MicroStrategy thing. Like, I don't think they have like a liquidation. If I'm correctly informed. And I think they have like some obligation to sell some like way low at like 26,000 or something. We'll think was the number. See if ChatGPT knows anything. The thing about this is that I can't verify the sources. This thing says 16,000. Company's not obligated to liquidate. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm obviously not a financial expert, but from my layman's understanding, it seems like they're structured in such a manner where that's not particularly possible, even if the price were to like mega fucking nuke. Bum, 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 bum. And you're thinking about that people are like ignoring. Let's see, Capriel fund. Is this little? I showed you a screenshot it, yeah? Makes it easier. A Bitcoin production cost. This is the price, right? Correct. Why is it spazzing? Yeah, like typically Bitcoin does not drop below these, right? The cost of production. At that point, would it make sense to like mine at that point? We've seen like momentary, like one here, like one here. Oh, it's me. So dumb. This is the halving, I believe, correct? But like this red line, like you typically don't see. It gets respected, right? Like, there may be momentary wicks below this, but Never goes below. So this line's at this right now, 54,000. Is it gonna go to 16, 20K? There's never been like a really large period of decline, right? I gotta stop doing. Why am I keep doing this? I'm trying to trade like this is just trading view. Yeah, this doesn't seem like we're gonna be going lower, right? Or at least much lower. Like there's no retrace, no retracing in this. It's just constantly upwards with like a little bit of pullback at times. So and it's not like a fucking like a price action chart, right? So this seems like quite a strong price floor. Like, let's just say it did half, right? Got my alarms on this, by the way. Yeah. Looks like we're going. We gotta start paying attention to this because this could accelerate pretty quick, right? This might be a long fucking night. I wish I had this thing on TradingView somehow. Like I actually play with the numbers a lot faster, and then like trying to like do it in my head. 74,600. Gotta love those tariffs. Yeah. I mean, I don't really think I was kind of talking about this earlier, but I don't believe tariffs. Like, yes, they are a. Like, there's times for the market to make moves up or down, and it's kind of like it's almost waiting for the opportunity to have the news be like the accelerant, right? The gasoline on the wood, it just fucking lights that shit up. Because this move down was brewing, right? We talked about this literally months ago. So yeah, yes, tariffs are kind of accelerating the news, accelerating the fear in the market. But I wouldn't say like in this. I wouldn't give it like 100% blame. Yeah, the tariff situation is quite interesting. See how that progresses. How far along is this playlist? Kind of want to switch this up soon. Okay, we got our options data back. See if anything interesting is cooking. see if there's anything interesting going on in the order book down here. Because this really is like a fucking last stand for fucking bulls, right? Now we're definitely seeing like a multi-thousand price decrease probably. So you better hope for some like a massive someone to bring a massive buy wall down here, or else this is getting got for show. And we do have a lot of high leverage liquidations to the upside, so, and people have an opening longs, right? So there are people trying to step in here. What do I use that for? Use what for? I don't know what you're referring to. I gotta finish eating this thing. I've been snacking on this same protein bar for like an hour and a half. Option Zeta. One sec. This protein bar is so fucking thick. Can't fucking finish doing it. Option data. A lot of things, actually. The order flow, right? Also, like, is the order flow driven by a handful of large players, or is it like a evenly distributed, right? Also, the Greeks, right? Because that typically they're hedged against, or hedged for, if you want to think about it. And that kind of tells you how the market's going to move. Because usually a lot of these options contracts are handled by large institutions. And they want to hedge those positions. And also, near expiration, right? If you know that it costs, like you have all the market data, right? You have all the order book data, etc. and you have data of typically how much you have to spend for the market to move, then you have a kind of an estimate of like, okay, is it more worth it to attempt to move the market and have more of these options expire worthless or not, right? Because if not, if let's say they expire and they don't move it, the payout could be quite large. So sometimes it's more worthwhile to just put that money towards moving it, and then they all expire worthless. So, in that regard, yeah, it tells you how the market might move, right? Because this is move towards where these people like don't you can see potential areas of interest that they might move towards, depending on what Greek they're hedging for. And a lot of times you'll see it. Like if you look at the hedging on like on this, like I don't have it drawn in here because like I have it open when I'm looking at the options data. But in terms of like price reacting to it, it happens a lot. Happens a lot actually. Right? There'll be some like gamma level, and price just pink. And it also like usually you can see a range with it. So like you have an idea of like if there's like a lot of activity in one area and one activity in the other, then like you're quite likely to like be more range bound. So yeah, it is quite useful, right? And I also see like the order flow throughout the day in terms of like bullish or bearish order flow or divergences from either. I'm sure there's a bunch of other stuff too, right? Like I don't even use every feature on here. I'm sure that's some cool stuff. I'm gonna imagine they have some cool stuff. I'm just looking through. Interesting. Are we actually going to clean these highs? How is it with Wix? More or less same thing. Good enough. Actually, I don't know. They have a Discord bot. I wonder if I can integrate that into the Discord somehow. Make a note of that. That'd be pretty interesting if I could like give people like data or something, or like updates on some stuff. Where do I get that? I'm using unusual whales, but I was just looking earlier actually for potential different services, like competitors that they might have. But yeah, I've been using unusual whales for a while. I'm curious though. Tomorrow I'm gonna do that throughout the day. I'm gonna look up Do you have any like competitors or anything? Like I imagine they must have some competition, if not better, right? Or at least other places that specialize in certain things that are like really worthwhile. But yeah, very useful tool. I think I have a list of them on the Discord. I recall. It was a comment somewhere. I don't know. It's somewhere in there though. I don't know exactly where it is. Maybe I should make a section for it. But yes, tools are important. Very important actually. Because you need data, right? If you don't have data, then like you're just trading with what, like a naked chart? A couple indicators. I mean, I suppose like it is possible. We're not gonna be nearly as efficient, effective. Trying to think of what I would have used. Probably would have put EXO in there somewhere, yeah. Oh yeah, cool, sick. Sick. Can I paste this in here or nah? Oh no, it's all fucked up. Okay. This is actually a little bit outdated, actually. But that right there is some of the stuff I use. Wow, we're actually getting the move up. Damn. Damn. Okay, we'll see if it actually breaks this trend line or not. Bum, 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 bum. This is not doing anything. I suppose this is the kind of same thing. Let's look at this one. Because we're getting like multiple drives, like divergence here, right? I was like kind of doing this. So we'll see if they sweep this stuff or nah. Cause we're still on this short, and I've shaved a lot, so I'm not too worried. But I don't want to round trip the remainder. Delete this for now. Yeah, because right now my thing's up here, so I'm just thinking. Interesting. Interesting. I'm kind of thinking of just putting my stop here. Or maybe even just closing it now, right? Well, I probably shouldn't close it now. But maybe shave more right now. Because we are starting to do one of these, right? Potentially. Right at the value area low. Or at our level as well. How's the order book looking at this moment in time? Actually, I'll put that back. No, not this one, fuck. This will be very interesting to see what happens up here, right? Very interesting to see what happens right now. Because we're seeing a, holy fuck, there's a lot of order flow coming right now. God damn. God damn. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, we'll have to be mindful of this. Because like, there's a world where this does hold, right? We don't have to attack this level. And if there's a spot for bulls to defend, we talked about it. It is this fucking level, right? Like this is the fucking spot. This is doing what's... This thing's kind of just fucking around doing its own thing, not particularly relevant. How's everything else doing? Bottom. Interesting. I mean, all the other indexes are kind of just like breaking their lows or going lower, while this is like trying to do this. Which makes me lean more towards kind of just sweeping these high leverage people that we talked about and then continuing lower. But the thing is, if that happens though, like that's kind of a... If you're bearish and you want us to go lower, I don't know if you want to be seeing that, because at that point then you're like doing like a bullish retest of this. So I feel like this is kind of like almost like a must. Like I'm considering closing out the trade if we lose this value area low. To be honest. And opening along, right? Opening along. But so far it looks like bulls stepped up, right? Or bears. Came right to this thing and fucking ran it right back down. Big hammer candle on their ass. But we'll see. There's still time. And it's also 5-minute candles, so let's get too ahead of ourselves. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Ah, fuck with this song. How are you gonna decide to take either one? I'm already in the short, so nothing to decide there. But yeah, I mean, if I might just put my stop right here, to be honest, because I feel like if this gets taken, then we're probably gonna at least sweep this stuff. So I have the opportunity to just get back in later, right? Instead of giving it back. So I get stopped here and then just wait for the sweep and then get back in again. If it looks like this is gonna like reverse. Yeah, and the other thing is like if I don't want to get like stopped out, be a little bit more risky, right? Risk leaving a position open. Because we got him from higher, right? So like it's not like, and we already took profit, so like I don't have to get stopped out here. Like even with my stop here, I'm still above my entry, so or I guess below in this case, because I entered on this, right, on this like, higher time frame failed auction. So I got a lot of room to play with, and I shaved already multiple times. So I can also just leave it at this one, right? And then give some back if we do go like higher. In terms of the remaining position. And then add here, right? Like let's say we come up here and we don't tag this, we just clean this stuff, and then go lower. Then I can just add. Maybe it is like just best to get stopped out here. We'll see. Because the thing is that also it is getting late, right? So I don't have time to like sit here and like manage these trades. But yeah, very interesting price action developing right now on these lower time frames, right? Like this is like a huge area of interest for bears and huge area of interest for bulls to attack. And the long, yeah, we'll see, right? The long we shall see. Because like if we do that, like I'm not gonna get in right now because like this is right fucking here. This is right fucking here. I was looking on the 30-minute. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably get in here to be honest, right? If we come up here and actually like close 5-minute candles above this, probably just get in there for my stop loss here. Probably. Because at that point, it's quite likely we're going to sweep this stuff, right? Or maybe you wait for like a retest perhaps. It's going to be like super passive. The thing is, like, these are like rolling over, right? And I don't know, to me so far, I mean, so far the map is looking like Bears are winning this, right? Got rejected right here. Yeah, I mean, we'll see, right? So we have to sit and watch. Because how this resolves will be quite important. Very important, actually. Which is the only reason I want to stay awake. Damn, of course it's happening now at 12. Like, are you fucking kidding me? But anyways, in terms of what I'll be looking for, right? What I'll be looking for, like something like this, right? Either like get it on this break right here, or like the retest. In terms of the long, if we're gonna take it, which is like here, which is highly suspicious to me, right? Highly suspicious. Highly suspicious. That's probably the only one I'll take, to be honest, right? Probably want to see this, and maybe even a break of this. Cause like we're so dangerously close down here. How much is left in these candles? 30-minute candle's about to close, so. So far, we got rejected pretty hard, yeah. From the value area low, but. I'm just looking at the order flow. Let's see what spot is it doing. We are seeing an uptick in spot and or Coinbase and Binance volume, so interesting. Oh yeah, I forgot to lower this after. The thing is, these are rolling over, right? Which is making me really think that, like, at best we get a sweep here to the upside if we're continuing lower. Whoops.
Looking for a Canadian regulated broker that can match your drive and ambition? Don't settle for second best. Discover an elevated trading experience with Forex.com, the #1 broker in the US, and unlock the tools, platforms, and data you need to realize your potential.
What is this? Fucking ad? Bum, 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 bum. Interesting. Because we gotta gauge how likely this is to hold, right? Because if Biddy is gonna hold this, I think it's really gonna need this to hold as well. Let's see if there's any interesting data coming in right now, right? Or let's get a feel for what the overnight data is looking like at least. And the spider. Okay, so this is clearly outdated, obviously, so... Seven 550. $48.50. Yeah, so like there's already a lot of like, even from yesterday's data, this is looking like a magnet to me. From what I'm looking at right now, like this gap is looking like a fucking magnet. On the flip side, this data is outdated, right? Outdated data? Oh, it's not outdated, but it's not like there'll be new options orderable in the morning. So like we will be gapping down as well currently with current price action. So like there's a world where we gap down, have a gap to the upside, and then kind of like fill it and potentially just to go. Grab these single prints and then continue going. So we'll have to really weigh both up tomorrow. Especially in this case, right? This is what I was talking about in terms of, or like I guess thinking about. Suppose S&P is gonna hold. And you want Biddy to reverse here without sweeping this. You want bulls to actually defend this high time frame liquidation. This is opportunity, right? This is opportunity. Like flip this value area low and start reversing from here. And then like as S&P comes online in the morning, because how many hours away is that? We're still 8 hours away. So like there's time to like come up here, sweep this before the New York session opens. And then if S&P starts bumping tomorrow, then it's much more likely that this holds, right? Because like is this gonna see nuke while S&P's pumping? Probably not. So yeah, very interesting. Like, I almost can't even sleep. So excited. It doesn't even matter. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. I think about a lot of shit. Well, yeah, like I want to be planned, right? So you have to consider all the possibilities and then do your best job to weigh up what's most likely to happen. So I like to think a lot, right? Plus, plus it's like it's not I mean, this is a game at the end of the day. This is a game, right? It's just fucking game at the end of the day. But it is real money. I don't know what you, but I don't like pissing money away. I don't like pissing money. Like, if this trade, like, let's just check that out. Actually, let's just check that out. This trade, because I should probably do the math of how much I'm gonna have left in the position. Because if I might get stopped out right now, or I might move my stop here and just say fucking hit my shit and run. Let's see the difference. Not that much actually. Is that right? I mean, I guess I did shave a lot. Okay, now that makes more sense, yeah. So I'd be losing about half my remaining position if the decision between having my stop here and here. So I'm thinking I'm at least shave on this back test potentially. I just don't want to get got on this little garbage sweep like this right now. Just like this little garbage thing and then it goes. Let's see what the rest are looking like. And the rest of this is data. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna say fuck him. You know, my final decision is that if we start closing above here, which it seems like we will, right? Unless this 886 holds. If we get a candle close above this, I'll close it out. In the sense of I'll close some, but leave some open. I'm not gonna fully close it because I don't want to go to bed and then we go lower and I don't have a position. In case like we don't do this full move up now. Let me do that, right? Let me do that. Or get ready to do that. We'll see. If this was right in the morning, or like the middle of the day, I'd probably just fully close the thing and then just look to get back in. But I don't want to be like caught out, right? Get caught out while I'm sleeping, missing on the rest of the juice move down. And then depending on how things are looking, when I go to bed, I can just add back. If it looks like we're definitely going lower, then I can add a little bit more. So this way we're at least potentially optimizing. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll sell 50. And it looks like they're getting it. We'll see, right? We'll see now. What are the rest of these doing? Also want to look at the order book. Interesting. Because we have some trap shorters here, right, as well. So, guys better hope someone saves them. Bum, ba, ba, bum, bum, bum. This next 5-minute candle, we'll see, right? We'll see. Is this the sweep and then go lower or not? Because so far, bulls are doing their thing, right? In terms of actually reversing here without sweeping this right now. But this is the potential start of a reversal. A large reversal. Still 3 hours left in this 4-hour candle. We'll see, we'll see. We'll give this some time, yeah, because we don't want to rush into... Well, in terms of the short, we'll continue with the plan. If we get a candle close above here, we'll close the half. But in terms of getting in a long, we'll give it some more time, right? Because if we're gonna potentially like sit, we're right above a massive liquidation, right? We're talking billions here. So let's give it some time, right? We don't need to get the very fucking exact low of the trade on this move if we're gonna reverse them here, because it's probably gonna be quite the reversal then. Because at that point, is it an outside date today? Where's my EXO? No, it's not. But yeah, I mean, like if we lose the value area low, right? Or if we reclaim it, then you usually rotate to the other side. So, and there's like a naked point of control up here with this VWAP coming in and like the 7.5, so like a lot of confidence building up here, plus all this garbage to sweep. I deleted the trend line, I'm so stupid. How was it? It was like this, right? And we'll leave this on the 30. What did we just do? And we'll watch this one over here. Now I wanted to look at one more thing. 786. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Oh shit, my bad. I have to read this thing. How long have I been trading for? Oh, not that long. Not that long. I started... I started like learning about like I guess like crypto and whatnot in general, like around here. I wasn't like really trading. I was just like buying spots. And then around here is like trading a spot a bit more actively. And then around here is when I learned, not that I learned, like I found out that you can like leverage trade legally in Canada. And that's when I started like nerd out on like leverage trading. So like a year of like leverage trading, and I guess like 2 years and I don't know when exactly it was, like maybe around here. Whatever, we'll just say 2 fucking years of the overall time like spent learning about just this stuff, right? Just in general, like I didn't really, not that I was like financially like illiterate or anything, but aside from like the typical like long-term wealth creation kind of stuff, I wasn't like well, I didn't know anything. I don't know anything. Okay, cool. Let's do this. Because I am closing half that thing right now as we speak. Bum, bum, bum. Maybe we wait. Do we give it time for this? This 30-minute candle? Actually, yeah, I don't want to give too much back. I can just get back in later. Cool. But we will be paying attention to this 30-minute candle close. Because if like, let's just say right now we just do like this, but pink, and just go lower right away, then yeah, I'll probably just add it right back. But we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, that's like, I don't think time trading is like a huge time commitment in terms of like learning it. Like if you're focused, because like there's really not that much to learn, right? It's like technical analyst type of stuff, like technical analysis, I should say. It's not really not that much to learn, right? Like let's think about it. Like, let's just say we take all these indicators and another like 30, right? Plus everything that's on the screen, and on top of like the regular candles, you're looking at what? 50, 60 things that you need to like individually look up and learn. And that's assuming you use them all, right? Because you don't use them all. Like, I don't use all this stuff, like the moving averages and whatnot. Like the ATR I use sometimes for like managing trades. Like Bollinger Bands, I don't use. Like I played with them before, but and all the other things that aren't like on this list, right? Like these are just stuff that I use sometimes, or like at least somewhat more recently. There's like obviously a shit ton more, like the open OBV and whatnot. But whatever. The whole point being is that it's not a particularly long list. So if you take one thing a day and spend like multiple hours a day learning about that one thing, and then repeat that the next day for the next topic, and then repeat that the next day, like obviously like there's also like all like the option stuff and whatnot, but at least like I guess I should refer to this, the technical analysis stuff. That's like what, 2 months, 3 months? Not that long. Not that long. And then you have to learn like everything, like obviously, I mean, I guess like looking back, there's like a lot to learn about, right? Because you have to learn like how like the leverage market works and blah blah blah. And, whatever, it's doable. I mean, I did it, and I'm sure others have done it even faster than me. So I don't consider myself special or anything of that nature. So if I can do it, I can imagine others can quite easily as well. I'm a fast learner. Maybe. Maybe. Well, the thing is done. Let's put on some.
There's a lot of sameness among online brokers these days.
I need to buy this YouTube premium or whatever, because these ads. But no, like, I don't think I'm a fast learner. I think I just fucking nerd out more than most people do. Like, I literally was working a job. And like a pretty high demanding job, right? I was like working in tech. And learning this at the same time. But like the way that I did that was by like having no fucking life. No fucking life. I'd like work all day, and then I'd come home and work on this stuff. And then when I was at work, a lot of times I would be like doing work with like headphones or something on, or like in like a more quiet area, and like listening to podcasts and whatnot about trading and like finance, like while coding. Yeah, I did that for like a year straight, and then eventually I quit my job because there's no more time. Like I didn't have enough time to allocate to both. I'm like I either nerd out on trading for fucking real, hardcore, like the nerd I am, or I don't. So I was like, fuck it, I can make way more money here anyways. Might as well do that. And then at that point, I was spending all my waking time nerding out. I just go to the gym and nerd out. Go to the gym and nerd out on repeat for months at a time. And obviously that's not necessary, but the more so to say, like, if you're willing to put in that kind of effort, you can learn this stuff very quickly. What's the heat map on the left? This thing? The time, price, opportunity. TPO, where is it? TPO. If you want to know more about how that works, go onto the Googles and type in this little thingy. Actually, that's not the right link. There we go. This auction market theory, and then go to read this. Kind of explains how that works. There's also like YouTube videos, right? But essentially, if you want the TLDR 1 minute summary, it's just graphing how long time is spent at a certain price range. So like the higher it is, the more time it has spent there in this trading session. And there's some interesting math you can do based around that. You get more water. Thanks, thank you for asking. Yeah, a lot of interesting things you can do with this, right? Because a lot of times like in this case, right? We spent the most time here, and we've never tested it again since. So obviously there's a lot of buying and selling going on right at this price level. So quite a lot of times you'll see price come back into these and like tap it and kind of reverse. Because there's a lot of transactions that occurred here at this time. We spent a lot of time here. Like, so you want to use these like in conjunction. Like this one on the right, this is like the same concept in terms of the math, but for volume. Yeah, and personally I would prioritize this one first. Like this first, this second. It's like volume then time. Cause money talks. I need to get more water. I'm just dry as fuck. Oh yeah, I think I forgot to do something. Minute candle is able to close. Imagine it close below. Damn. Damn. Got some blueberries as well. Interesting. I saw an interesting tweet. I gotta text that to myself. That's quite interesting. people hate on Twitter, but if you got the right following going on, you see some interesting stuff. Let's look up this. Ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, bum, bum. Don't need this. Do I just trade crypto? In terms of like actively trading, yeah. Yes, I do. The reason why, just a lot of data, right? A lot of on-chain data. A lot of on-chain data. So it, I think the playing field is a little bit more even with kind of like large institutions in traditional finance. Because I imagine they have, like in regular traditional markets, I imagine they have some crazy data sets there. Crazy data sets. And also like in-house proprietary tools and whatnot, right? And in crypto, that still is the case as well, but there's a lot of really interesting tools out there in terms of crypto data. And I also pay for a lot of like, I'm not gonna call it institutional grade services because I'd imagine they're not to that. But good enough for a retail trader to be informed. And it's also easy, right? Like perpetual futures, it's just so simple. Like yes, you considering like trade like options and whatnot, but like you have the time component on those, and those are other like all the Greeks really, because like in a perpetual future. Like, okay, I can go long and make money, or I can like lose money. Or if it sits flat, like, sure, I pay like a small funding fee, but I can keep the trade open. And I'm not like an options expert, by the way. Like, I know there's like rolling over options and whatnot, but most people are trading, I think, like the 0 date to expiry ones, at least like day traders. So like, there's the world. So in that world, there's like you make money. In the case of like a long, like you lose money, or it sits flat and expires worthless. So like there's like 3 ways you have to account for. It's just like an extra layer of complexity, and like there's also very interesting strategies you can do with them. But for me, like I just don't. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like that, I'd rather just use options as like a income generator slash hedging, right? It's like that's some of the main use cases. A financial instrument for hedging slash speculation. And also, like the other thing, like about trading crypto, specifically like Bitcoin only, like I can trade alts as well if I wanted to, right? Like all the data is available for this stuff. But one, there's more volume here, so everything is much more dependable in terms of trading theory, right? Like if you're going on a fucking meme coin chart and going like and especially the lower cap ones, right? The lower cap that you go, the more true this is. Like these mathematical relationships aren't as like consistent, right? Because like these are very like illiquid, low market cap, low float assets. So it's a lot easier for like a small subset of participants to like paint the chart. So like if a handful of whales like dump here, like who is the counterparty to take the trade at the golden pocket? If they have like a large amount of supply kind of thing, you get what I'm saying? So like the more volume, the more reliable it becomes in that regard. It's a lot harder for like a single entities to move it with their trading activities. None of the options data has changed yet. It's already 110. Damn. I guess the other thing is also like some of this additional data is not available as easily for alts as it is for Biddy. For instance, this stuff. The open interest profile. People opening like longs or shorts and like where they did it at. I mean, as far as I'm aware, maybe this is not the case, but like this data is not available for like a lot of alts. At least I haven't found it. So far looking like it's holding, yeah. So far looking good, yeah. So maybe we take the long if we actually break this. We talked about this. Bang, 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 bang. How's S&P looking? Not nearly as strong. Things looking pretty weak still. I start thinking of what I'm gonna do in terms of like sleep. I think tomorrow we had. Yeah, like look, we have an FOMC meeting minutes tomorrow at 2. I don't want to be awake for like the New York session, obviously. So I need to think of what we're gonna do in terms of sleep and these trades. Oh yeah. Bum. How's the hourly? This was on the other chart. We'll leave this like this. We'll come over, play around on this one. Interesting. Bum. I might wait for this 2-hour candle and kind of call it a night from there. We'll see. We shall see. Still a while to the next 4-hour. Am I in a trade? Yeah, but like, I closed out most of it. I got in a short way earlier. I got in a short. I mean, yesterday when I went to bed, I was talking about taking this short. Didn't take it because I wanted to sleep. Like, we were right here. But then we ended up getting the same thing, right, in the higher time frame anyways, so no big deal. I'll take this one. And yeah, I've already been shaving on it, so I was waiting to see if we're going to sweep this or not, but now that we're potentially reversing here, I closed some more of it. And yeah, we're waiting to see for a long. I was also waiting to get into a long down here. But if we are going to reverse here, then I want to see this shit hold. I want to see the same thing in the other direction, right? Bink, 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 bink. So I want to see this break. Some candle closes, yeah? Because this is a huge target down here. So I want to see time spent above and reversing. I'm not going to trust like a 1 minute chart for that. What am I trading? Just Biddy. Is it Bitcoin? BTC. But I mean, if you want me to look at something else, feel free to ask. Because don't gotta be staring at this the whole time. We are leverage trading the Bitcoins. QQQ, like the index. Oh, what do you want to look at? Like what time frame? Higher time frame, lower time frame? You tell me. Also keep in mind that I don't have a bunch of data for this, right? Like I don't have like the positioning data and the options data is not gonna be updated until the New York session opens, etc. Lower? I mean, what's the definition of lower? It's quite a vague term, yeah? Hourly, 4 hour, 15 minute, 10 minute. Maybe we'll do it here. I do think I have the futures marked up at least. Boom, 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 boom. 15 minutes. Just give me a sec. I need to like add some levels to this chart, right? So we got some context of what we're looking at. What do you trade like 0-day options or something to that effect? Oh, this is way back. Damn. Damn. Okay, so there's a gap fill here. And the rest should be good, yeah? Yes. I think it's already got grabbed. Yeah, I did. I'm more levels down here. I haven't been looking at this that intensely in a while. Okay, we'll leave that there. That should be good enough, right? I mean, training 15 minutes. Don't need that much. Don't need this. Same day usually. Interesting. How's that going for you? You know, I was watching an interview with some professional trader who works like a massive like prop firm in the US. And according to them, this is some of the hardest stuff to trade. Zero DTE, S&P, and Nasdaq futures. And like they even ran the data for it. Like all these like multi-millionaire traders ran their data of all their trades, and almost all of them had like the lowest stats on S&P and Nasdaq. And he's saying it was interesting how like social media people are very like into this stuff. Not to say you shouldn't trade or anything like that, because obviously you can be profitable doing it. But it was an interesting data point, and I'd never heard that before because I've never traded this stuff. But yeah, let's get to it. Yeah, 15. Whatever. We'll just use the 30 minutes. It's the same shit. Same shit. And then it's also like the TPO default. Maybe we'll get like a higher time frame fib on here. Something like that. And keep in mind, like this stuff, like you should have order flow for this, because like you can kind of you have a way better idea of how things are going to move. And also like how the hedging is looking, all the Greeks, like and gamma exposure levels and whatnot. Well, in terms of areas of interest, I mean, obviously this, right? Like right away. Where's the pencil? With the gap fill and the 7.5 and this sweep. And in terms of like volume, actually, let's just add some yellow lines. Yeah, like there's the top of like a big volume node right here. Whoops. What's going on? Put one there. Put one here. Probably somewhere here. Whatever, doesn't have to be perfect. All that's to say that like this level around 1600, quite interesting already. Where is this? Lately, with Trump speaking, crashing everything, it's been gravy. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of... I mean, it's not as simple as just like fucking shorting whatever, but... yeah. Sometimes it kind of is. Or it feels that way. Yeah, I mean, are you looking to get into like a short or long? Or what are you looking to... Because yeah, if I'm looking to long, I'll be waiting for probably this, right? I wouldn't be getting in right now, that's fucking for sure. Well, I guess like you're not really... Like you're trying to end like in the money, right? But like this obviously area of interest, this whole like math rotation, right? 7.5 to the 0.5, something like that. Potentially come sweep this, clear this single print, maybe tap snake a point of control and clear this poor high, then go lower or do whatever. So like these obviously are like areas of interest right away. Like up here, like so like I'll undo some of this. Also the single print up here, right? With another poor high. That is from today's session though, so we'll see. We will see. Yeah, here. Where's the pencil? This. This. Up here. Probably. because like you know the less space you're giving yourself, with the more randomness, more random you're getting. Unless you're trading like a purely statistical based trade setup where like you're entering on these exact like an algorithm essentially. Like like RSI is this, Stoke is this, MFI is that, MACD is that, and like this rule that I have for like trends or whatever is like broken or triggered. And then if that's the case, I take the trade every single time. But I don't really trade like that, so more discretionary. Data based discretionary in the moment. In terms of oscillating data, I mean, you already have that divergences here, right? It's already forming. On top of, well, do we have it? Not yet. I was gonna say we have like also like the larger time frame ones, but in this case we do. So you have like both type of divergences like stacking right around here. And we just tap this negative point of control, right? So I'm just saying that to think about, like, are we gonna go lower first or higher, or maybe like just do this? Because like it depends how far out of the money you work. Are you marking based on previous highs and lows? No, I wasn't really marking previous highs and lows, so I'm not sure what you're referring to. And in terms of the news, like, not really. I don't really trade the news. I think it's a bit pointless, in the sense that, okay, like this is a price chart, correct? And you have your level of interest to the upside and your level of interest to the downside. And like regardless of how fast or how slow it gets there, based on whatever's in the news, like it's going to one of those two levels. And I'm just watching the reaction at that level. Like the only reason I use the news is like to get a gauge of should I be respecting this level or not because of some kind of news. Like if something extremely bullish comes out and we're like pumping into this zone, I'm probably not gonna be as likely to short it. Unless the rest of the data is telling me that, right? Like if all the mathematical data in the moment is telling me that to short this, then yeah, I'm gonna short it. I'm gonna focus on the news. Sometimes, obviously there's like outlier events where the news like really does just fucking override everything. These days a little bit more. But yeah. Like I'm not entering a trade based on something I read in the fucking news. And maybe other people do that and it works for them, but I just don't think it's particularly a reliable way, right? Because like, how do you quantify like your decision making? Because like I might see the news and I might have reaction A to it, but like someone else might have reaction B, someone else might have reaction C, and so on and so on. Look, am I really gonna sit here just in the fucking moment, be able to like easily identify what everyone in the world is most likely to be thinking at the same time? Probably not. Probably not. So I kind of just pay attention to levels, right? I have levels to the upside, levels to the downside, multiple, right? And then watch the data as we get there. And go from there. And then I kind of just use the news to gauge, is there potential to like blast through the zone because of something in the news? And then obviously the higher time frame news, right? Just kind of paying attention to what's going on in the world, how's the market health, etc. Yeah, like for the kind of trading you're describing, like I'd definitely wait until the like, I don't know if I'd imagine you're not trading. Maybe you are trading the futures right now. I don't know. But I don't really wait to see what the hedging looks like on this stuff, because like you're gonna get an idea like based in the morning based on like are like we kind of hedged to be stuck in a range or not. Stacking divergence is interesting. Yeah, yeah. Well, because a lot of times you have like a larger hidden div with like a localized like regular div. So like when you have both happening at the same time, then a little bit more probable to play out. Yeah. Agreed? Agree or disagree? Because if you disagree, that's fine. All right, go get the data yourself. And you tell me. You can tell me. That's real. A lot of game. Appreciate that. Well, appreciate you. Appreciate you for hanging out at 1:30 in the morning. On the grind together, right? Putting in that work on the market together. But I mean, I don't answer your question. I mean, obviously we can look at this more, right? Obviously, there's a lot more to look at this. Because what's looking on the higher time frame? I'm also gonna look at like the index, right? We looked at the futures. Let's not forget that. Yeah, same kind of gap. Is it the same one? 8%. No, it's not. So then the index has a gap even lower. What's this looking like? Fuck, why does it keep doing that? I mean, like, there's like a divergence here, but this can get invalidated if we go lower. I ran out of blueberries. Damn. Nothing particularly interesting here, I suppose. I'll just do him, by the way. And let's see, QQQ. $430. To 400. Interesting. That seems, this data has to be like, actually, I guess it's reasonable for one session. Seems like a lot of like the hedging is like kind of in here, 430 to 400. Interesting. Yeah, hard to say. Hard to say. Because the thing about this is what we're looking at right now is that one thing I can tell you is that this would not be when I'm looking to enter a trade. Personally, if I was like leverage trading this the same way on Bitcoin, like I'm waiting to see the reaction down here, or I'm waiting to see if we reverse and start going up, if we got some kind of structure change, etc., and start cleaning up to this side, and then maybe I'd enter along. And for a short, same thing, right? I want to see us move up because we're right in the middle, right? We're literally right. It's fucking. What do the gaps indicate? It's just the price gap through that area, right? Like for instance, in the case of this contract, like the Nasdaq mini futures on CME, like it closes every day for an hour, right? And it closes on weekends. So during that time, it's not trading. So if anything happens in that time, that would like cause the market to move, and it opens away from where it closed and it leaves a gap. So like it's basically like imagine that the people that were looking to exchange in there got skipped. Like you had money ready to buy and it gapped lower, or you're ready to sell at that spot and it gapped. So the market doesn't really know like if there's value there, right? The market is very efficient, very efficient. So a lot of times it will come to see like, is there real like supply or demand here, or do we just like gap down because of some like random news event when price shouldn't have actually done that? And not only that, but like people like have trading strategies based around gaps, so it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy in a sense. We ran out of chicken. Not sure what that means, but sure. Sure. I was considering taking this long if we got a candle close above this candle, but so far it looks like we're not getting it. That's why we're being patient, right? But we'll see, right? And now we're kind of doing like the bullish retest of this value area low. But it's looking like one of these again, right? Like now we're seeing like another low time frame. Dude, what the fuck's wrong with this mouse? One of these things at the value area low. Yeah, I'm not sure what time you trade at though, but you have a lot more data at your disposal when there's like an extremely high volume. Like right now you can see like the volume at the nighttime like really drops off on this stuff. The pre-market movement. Are you expecting something? Is there some kind of news I'm not aware of? We do have FOMC minutes tomorrow. And I think a bunch of the tariffs go live, yeah? Or they just went live? Japan's stock market falls nearly 4.5% to a new low of the day. And there's the whole bond market stuff that's going on, right? Oh, you traded the open? I see. Yeah, a lot of people do that. I'm not really, I've haven't been trading that long. And I kind of just went straight into like leverage trading Bitcoin. So not particularly, like in terms of like conceptually understanding it, yes, I'm aware of what you're discussing. But I've never been one to trade like a market opening strategy, like the initial balance and all that kind of whatnot. And then like the previous day value area. Oh man, I trade the previous day value areas as well, but yeah, I mean, because there's a lot of volatility at that time, right? It's just when the floodgates open, a lot of money comes flying into the market or out. Also, a lot of the algorithms are trading in the morning. Yeah, like I mean, the way I trade, I mean, I just kind of goes back to the like, to me, like if I were to summarize my trading, and I'm not saying anyone else has to do this. I'm just telling you what I do. The kind of things I'll probably be more useful with in terms of asking questions and whatnot. Like I have levels in mind, right? Dude, what? This mouse? I need to like figure out what's wrong with this thing. But yeah, like one, I have levels in mind that I want to trade at. Oh, I see. The wheel is scrolling when I move it left or right. Interesting. And then I'm just watching these levels, right? Got my eyeballs on these things, and I'm looking at the data when we get there. It's like, are we? Because I'm usually trading like an inflection point, like a reversal, or like some kind of continuation. So some breakout trade, etc. But usually these things are happening at the levels, right? This is like the most important part. So like I don't really do it time based, right? Because like, I don't know when it's gonna get to my level. It's gonna get to 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. It's gonna get to 4 p.m. Who knows? Especially because Bitcoin trades 24/7. So I kind of just wait for the trade to show up on the chart and I take it whenever it shows up. I'm a hunter in the grass waiting. Motherfucking 200-kilometer snipe in a ghillie suit. Waiting for my moment to leap. Anything else interesting going on? What is sentiment data looking like? Did this expire as well? Both my subscriptions expired? Damn. Gotta renew that right now too then, damn. I'm so tired, I need to get some eye drops. On the grind for real right now, my eyes are turning into raisins. I don't even have any. Damn. Damn. Go check my room. I don't got any eye drops. How much liquidity do you grab here, by the way? I should probably be watching that. Because if you do want to add back to the short on this failure, that's also a plan. I've not closed a lot of shorts on this move up. How's the order book looking? And that, meanwhile, S&P, it just looks like it's rolling over. What sentiment data do I use? I've Santiment. Is one of them. S-A-N-T-I Mint. Like a play on sentiment. And also like the free stuff, right? Like kind of fear and greed index, like so the Twitter or like X summarizers, the shitty free ones. I mean, I don't even know. Like, I'm trying to think if it's a necessity or not. I won't say it's a necessity. I wouldn't, if you don't have it, I wouldn't particularly worry about getting it. Plus, you can kind of just gauge yourself, right? If you use social media. But I mean, it is always nice to have more data. What is that? Also, admittedly, I don't like there's a lot of kind of data in there that I don't use fully. So potential for a lot of undiscovered edge there. But I only have so much time. And for the way that I trade so far, it doesn't seem like I need to kind of dig that deep. And also, it costs a lot to manually query it if you're kind of doing... Like, it's one thing to go to pay for data and be able to go on their website and view the stuff that they show you. It's another thing to be able to like query the database, get the data yourself, and like do stuff with it. And in that case, like if you want to do a lot of interesting things, you have to pay a lot to be able to query it that much. Like I'm not even like unless I'm like trying to develop some kind of software, probably not really worthwhile. I should look into it though, to be honest. There's no time. No time. There's only so much one man can do. Looks like we're doing one of these, yeah. Looks like we might actually be holding this. I was just looking on the lower time frames. Shout out to the 886ers, might actually hold this for once. Not for once, obviously, but a lower probability trade. A lot of garbage to sweep here too. Interesting. Interesting. Also, this is like completely normal, math-wise. Mr. Samir, how is it going? It's going. I mean, everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm just being a little bitch. Yeah, everything's fine. It's just dealing with like random like life issues that pop up. But other than that, no, everything is blessed. Everything is blessed over here. How are you? been a while, my friend. Just sitting here, same old routine, just bored as fuck, just juicing every day. Fucking bored. I'm fucking bored at this point. I swear to God, it took me. It was way harder to become a professional Call of Duty player, and like become like the top 500 rank in Valorant, or like in Counter Strike, like a high rank ESA player. It was way fucking harder to do that than to become a professional trader. That's not even a joke. It's not a fucking joke. It should took like a year. What kind of skills can you master in a year? It can't be that fucking hard. Let's say I'm a master, but. Enough to become considered professional. What's my outlook for this quarter? Depends what you mean. Like what are you talking about the market specifically, or my life? Outcome for the quarter in terms of the market. Hard to say, right? Hard to say. Hard to say. So I don't like speculating too far out, right? I mean, I guess a quarter is a pretty reasonable amount of time. This took what, 40 days? So like another 90 days from now. Okay, like at some point there will be a bounce. I'll say that. At some point we're gonna get some kind of bounce. The question is that bounce the macro low, or is it just like that? That's the real fun question. And like knowing if that's gonna be the case or not, I feel like it's gonna be very. Depending on what's going on at the time, right? Depending on what's going on at the time. Like has a lot of this tariff stuff been resolved? A lot of deals been made? Has the economic data been looking good? And then who knows what else, right? Maybe fucking like imagine right now like Google or some like American tech company comes out with some like ridiculous advance in AI. Like I'm talking like world changing. It's possible. That shit could send the market fucking flying. Man, and there's also like the whole thing everyone's talking about, like the M2 money supply, how it's like spiking up and we're lagging it, blah blah blah. So there's that factor. Does that hold true? We'll see. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? There will be plenty of trading opportunities. That I can guarantee you. One way or the other, up or down, don't fucking matter. Yeah, I mean, I can see both cases, right? Like, this could be like a prolonged, like there's lots of ways this thing can play out, right? Like, we could sit like this for the next, like, fucking years, potentially, right? Just some, like, massive consolidation pattern. Doesn't have to be just, like, a nuke down or a nuke up. And then just blast off, like, a fucking, another crazy, like, bull run in traditional markets. Or is the case where we just start fucking ripping sooner? Or we do go lower? But we'll see, right? One thing is like, okay, the lower you go, the higher the probability becomes that we're gonna reverse, right? Like we're not just gonna fucking do this. Where is this thing? Just fucking nuke to zero, not fucking happening. So I imagine we are going to be putting in some kind of macro high or low relatively soon. Yeah, like we're at the massive like value area high of this stuff. And in terms of like oscillating data, we're getting to pretty low reads here, right? Like let's just look at this. Fuck. So last time we got near this level was in 2020. 2018. So you see what I mean? Like we're already dealing with events that occur once every few years. What do these correspond with? Stop scaling. Like some relief bounce for another leg lower in this case. The bottom. Relief bounce for another leg lower. So like right away we're seeing a trend here, yes? Either there is a relief bounce brewing, and whether that ends up going higher or not is irrelevant. But statistical data tells us that, you know, some relief is brewing here, and this is on the higher time frames. Even the lower time frames is the same kind of story. Yeah, we'll see, right? Same shit as always. Same, just level to level. Level to level for me. But yeah, I mean, and in terms of like a higher wealth generation, right? If you're looking to invest long term, probably a good time to start buying, right? Especially with like how low the sentiment's getting. The only thing that concerns me is how much retail bought the dip last week. Very concerning. And as soon as I saw that, I'm like, yeah, we're going fucking lower. And that's exactly what fucking happened. So if I think people keep buying the dip in fucking hordes, they're kind of asking to get tested. Very dangerous game. But eventually they will win, right? Eventually they will win. Have I seen Ontario real estate getting obliterated? No, not really. Not really, no. But I'm just not particularly informed on the real estate market. The no one that I talked to has mentioned it. But like when you say getting, what does that mean exactly? Getting obliterated. Like the prices dropped like 20% in the past week or something. You have to show me some charts to kind of get some better context and what you're referring to. So I don't know what getting obliterated means, and I don't know what people are greedy in regards to what. Oh yeah, I mean of course. Well, I think people, like this is why I thought it was so funny when people were crying about the price, the house, like the pricing, the cost of houses. I mean, you guys realize this works like a cycle, right? Like yes, there are periods when the housing prices are high, but then it comes right back fucking down. So, and like everyone already knows that shit was way too overdone. Crazy. People can't afford a fucking house. most people can't afford a fucking house. And that's not even like, we're not even talking about just like the lower class. Like if you're like a middle class person and you're not managing your money correctly, you can't afford a fucking house either. And that's where I think the problem lies, is that most people do not manage their money correctly. They're just fucking it off doing whatever. Not only that, but it's like a supply demand thing, right? Like we immigrate, a bunch of people like came to Canada from different countries in a short period of time. So there's not enough supply of houses for everyone that's moving here. Is that even that much? Price history of houses, Ontario, Canada. The average. This is not nearly enough data. What the fuck is this? 1 year's worth of data? This data is outdated on ChatGPT. What is the scam that you're referring to? I'm not certain. You'll have to let me know. Okay, here's like a pretty comprehensive list. I'm trying to do all the math in my head. It's just a massive, like, I'm just fucking trying to look at this and do the math in my fucking head. I guess I can look at it on here now. And my mouse is broken. Another problem in fucking life. Like, unless I'm like hitting it by accident, not realizing it, it seems like my mouse is like scrolling when I move it. Now it's not. Maybe I'm just fucking tired as fucking stupid. Yeah, 10% would be quite a drop. Well needed though. Well needed. So no complaints from me there. LMIA. What is that? Labor Market Impact Assessment, the document, blah, 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 blah. And you're saying that there is a scam for this, so what, people are like buying that and giving that card, I assume? Or that like documentation? Now they have banned it? Good, they should fucking ban it. This fucking thing that I have with my tooth is probably a fucking result of that. I got a root canal done here years ago by some dentist that I've had other problems with. It's not even the first fucking time I had a problem with them. And the reason that my tooth broke last week, like, I mean, I don't know if you are aware, because I did have in Discord, I know you're in there, but my tooth broke, and the reason it broke is because I got a root canal done by this dentist years ago, and they didn't do it properly. Someone that did their dentist schooling not here, right? Wasn't fucking here. And now the tooth was like rotting from the inside slowly, and then one day it got so brittle it fucking broke eating chicken thigh. Like, what? A chicken thigh? It's not like a bone or something. I was eating fucking a piece of chicken, the thigh, the softest part. So fucking stupid. And now I have to get an implant. Like, it's just a fucking hassle. And I've experienced in all kinds of different professions. Like, there's just different examples of. Like, I go to see some kind of specialist in some regard who did their schooling in another place, and then they just got the certification here. What were the points for? Lima points? Trying to read about it real quick. Thing is, I'm not sure how these points work. Let's just ask ChatGPT real quick, right? Instead of me sitting here trying to read this whole fucking thing. Just rely on ChatGPT like a brain dead little noob I am. Lima score is basically your education age, blah blah blah. Yeah, but like the thing I'm not certain about is like is the testing that you have to do administered by like us, like the Canadian government, so like that way everyone's like forced to have like standardized testing and whatnot, or not? I suppose I need to know what does the Lima offer specifically. But yeah, what you're saying though about you being a permanent resident. The thing is, like, I'm a resident here, and I've been since birth, so I'm not like obviously, I'm not informed on any of this stuff. So I'm not sure what the kind of like struggles or difficulties that you might be having because of this, etc. And like what, yeah, like, or like pros that you might get when you finally get it, and what the process of getting it looks like as well. And what was the issue with this that you were saying? Sorry, I'm so tired. I'm like, I can barely think right now. My eyes are like drooping. I need to get eye drops. So like they're abusing this to get permanent residency before you. That's kind of like the gist that you're getting at in terms of like the higher overall problem. I'm also managing this trade because like I just like, I mean, I guess I don't know. I think you got in a little later. I was talking about taking a long here. I did take it, so put my stop loss at break even. And see what happens from there. Yeah, that's shitty. I mean, that sounds shitty because like I mean, I mean, okay, like I'm sure some people are like abusing that to get jobs or whatever, permanent residency. But my gripe with it is people that somehow abuse it to come here to do jobs that they're supposed to be competent at that they're not. That's my dilemma. Like worse schooling standards, etc. And it looks like it's going, yeah, looks like this trade's going. So it looks like we're about to be juicing a little right here. Also a good decision to take away some of the short, close some of it. We are on point. I'm gonna have to sleep when we're still on point. Boy. Warren Buffett chilling with 340 bill cash. Yeah. Yes, he is. I mean, the thing is, like, I don't know why people are so, like, I was talking about this stuff, like, in December, and then even back after Christmas when I was streaming again. Like, this whole, like, S&P correction thing. Like, yeah, there's, like, the tariff news and whatnot, but, like, that has accelerated the sell-off, but, like, something like this was cooking. This was cooking, especially after like the Trump pump, right? Like it's very rare that you see some like news event that just sends the fucking market flying and you don't retrace that. No free fucking lunches. No free fucking lunches. And not only that, but like if you were kind of following like there's like the low end spender, right? Or like lower class, middle, and the higher. And like the data for like this class has been coming in pretty bad for a while, right? And like usually the way it works is like first you see weakness here, then you see weakness here, and then you see weakness. You see what this mouse is doing? Like it's pissing me off. Anyways, yeah, like the weakness spills over, right, from the lower to the middle to the high. So this is like the last one to see the weakness, which is also the one that kind of like impact the market the most, get the most money. Yeah, but like, yeah, this stuff was like, you're already seeing it kind of spill over. So that's like a time to de-risk, especially when you have so much fucking money, right? Because he like Warren Buffett and his company can't just sell like Berkshire Hathaway. They can't just exit $300 billion worth of positions in one fucking day. They would literally nuke whatever fucking assets they're in. And if you like talk to people that are like informed on this, or at least people that I know, they're all saying the same thing. They're all saying the same thing last fucking year. Like we're about to see some kind of correction. Like not to say that we're gonna get like a fucking bear market for years or anything like that, but like a correction was due. And like you could see it in the charts, right? If you look back at like a lot of these had like pretty crazy like parabolic runs, right? What else? Like even Netflix. So like when you like look at these charts typically, like yes, like this is like the price action. But when you actually get like the mean of it, it's like the complacency chart. Where's that? The psychology chart. I don't know why it's so low quality, but maybe I have a click on it. Oh, cool. Like this is how you expect price to go, right? It's increasing over time as inflation grows with the mean, or like using the mean. But then you got like the emotional and the trading aspect, which kind of sends it like above and below. So yeah, eventually you go above a little too much, right? Time to revert back to the mean. In uni, the nurses that would party all the time are now dentists and working high-paying jobs. Yeah, but like, here's the thing: there are people that did that, and they're like me, for example. Like when I was in university, I was a fucking idiot, going out getting wasted all the time, doing dumbass shit. But I was also a fucking like straight A+ student, so I wouldn't necessarily say that's. I get what you're getting at, but. The one thing I'll say, and I don't know if this is the case from other universities, but like in mine and people I know that go to other ones, a lot of incompetency slips by, right? Like what's the saying? C's and D's get degrees. It's kind of the case, right? For a lot of programs, that's literally the fucking case. I don't think that should be the case. If you can't even task yourself with passing a university course with a good grade, what can you fucking do? If you can't even make yourself just sit down and just learn something for the sake of fucking learning it. And people cheat too, that's the other thing, there's a lot of cheating. I'd probably imagine nowadays even more so with like ChatGPT and whatnot. ChatGPT generation. Yeah. But the thing, it's like pros and cons, right? Pros and cons. Because ChatGPT is like incredibly resourceful as well, right? So if you put that in the hands of someone that's like cares about what they're doing and really wants to learn and improve, like it makes them that much better. The thing is, like, I don't really talk to like youth that much, so I'm not really sure what's going on with like high school slash university age people in terms of like what their intellect is like. Most people that I talk to are already out of school, like working a job. So I don't know if people are getting dumber over time or not. Can't verify. Yeah, but you can YOLO through ChatGPT. Yeah, that's why. Well, here's the thing. Like, that's possible, but I would fucking hope that universities become like a lot more like in-person pen paper exam dependent. So you can fucking ChatGPT all you want all semester, but if there's like a exam at the end that you need to get like an 80% on to pass the fucking course, I'm not gonna fucking save you. Ideally something in that regard. ChatGPT makes me lazy. Yeah, I can see that. Me too. Sometimes. Sometimes I'm like texting somebody and I'm like writing an email, and I just can't even be fucking bothered to like rephrase it a better way or whatever. I'm just like toss ChatGPT and just fuck it. I mean, yeah, like I know that, but like let's say I'm taking a course on, I don't know, or some of the courses that we had. Okay, like let's say you're doing like an algorithm design and analysis course, or like discrete mathematics or something. Sure, you can get the assignment done using ChatGPT and whatnot. But then if you go to the exam and I'm asking you to explain X data structure or like sorting algorithm or like hashing algorithm, whatever, right? Whatever algorithm it may be, and then do like a time complexity analysis on it, and then like explain to me why you want to pick this over something else. If you don't know that, you don't fucking know that, right? You're not gonna know that on the exam. Unless you actually know your shit. Or they can just ask you, they can just tell you, like, you have to memorize all the algorithms. And they just ask you a question. It's like, okay, pick the right answer. Out of all, and you have to decide for yourself out of all the algorithms and sorting things and whatnot, like database optimizations, etc. The thing is that for me, like in my school, I can tell you that what you're describing is exactly what happened, and this is before ChatGPT. People would just copy assignments off their friends, and then get like 80s, 90s, even 100s on all the assignments. And our exams weren't how I'm describing. You could like I think you got like some courses depend. Some courses that you had to do well in the exam to pass. But other courses you could get like a fucking 50 in the exam, and maybe even someone even fail. I don't recall. But the point is that you could like blow the fucking exam. So you could cheat the whole semester, and then have a good enough grade for the exam portion of the pie, or like let's just say it's like 50 exam, like 50 coursework or whatever. You could cheat enough on one of the portions to compensate for your fucking failure in the exam, or damn near failure, and then those people graduate. But like, the other thing about that is like, that's why grades matter in a sense, right? People say grades don't matter, but that's not really true. And that's why like some schools have a better reputation than others, because other schools are known to do what we're describing, right? Where they do make sure that you have to fucking know your shit, or else you're not gonna fucking pass. You're not gonna have a fucking degree from Harvard in computer science, being some fucking dickhead who's just copying people's assignments. It's not gonna fucking happen. On the flip side, right? You also can't judge people so harshly because of what they did in their like early 20s. Like that person might end up becoming like a very competent software engineer, or even further, once they mature a little bit, start caring a little bit more. Anyways, I gotta take a piss and get some more water. I'll be back in a sec. Be back in a second. What's this doing, by the way? Same thing here. Interesting. Yeah, I talked about this earlier. Potential for like, this is like a huge high time from liquidation. There's potential we might actually reverse here. So this is exactly what we want to be seeing. This is exactly what I talked about. We have to hold here, sweep these highs, and then hopefully this reverses. And then tomorrow when the market open, this starts to pump up. If both of those occur, there's actually a world where we don't sweep this, but I'm still not particularly trusting yet. Goddamn eye drops. I was just thinking. Every time I hear Aptos now, I think of Samir. You've left your Aptos DNA on me. But anyways, speaking of that, yeah, I was watching some interview with, was it Arthur Hayes? It's actually quite bullish on Aptos. Very interesting. I was like, hopefully my boy juices on those furry Aptos bags. How's it looking anyways? I mean, yeah. I suppose most arts looking like this, so. I was shilling it. Shilling it to who? is approaching the 886. Interesting. Move. Never even heard of it. Move. I thought that was like the language that they're all using. I didn't realize that was a coin. Movement. It's I mean, I wouldn't look too much into this though. I mean, it's pretty a bad time to come out. Plus, it's like the initial release sell-off as well. So I'm not really sure what this chart is telling us. But if this is a competitor to Aptos and Sui, a legit one. This potential chart to watch then, right? Because at some point this might form some kind of like bottoming base. But I'm sure a lot of alts look in the same way, so it doesn't really matter. Their white paper is basically Aptos and Sui made some good money. I mean, they must have something going on for them. but let's look into a bit, right? So do a little bit of due diligence. Movement crypto. Not liking what I'm seeing so far. Not like what I'm seeing. Huge, fully diluted value though. Interesting. Oh, it's like a interesting. Interesting. It's like a modular blockchain for like the Move language, apparently. Interesting. Also, I mean, in terms of your comment, also, I wouldn't really call this a range per se. This is never really ranging. Like maybe here, maybe this. Kind of like they've just been fucking nuking down to me. Boy. I'm trying to see what kind of people invested in this. What was the website to look up this stuff? Interesting. And not sure where I stand on this thing. I don't know enough. I have to read their white paper, but the rest of their site looks a little suspect. Not particularly impressed. Seems interesting though. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a threat to Aptos or Sui. Kind of seems like it's supposed to work alongside of them, kind of thing. Unless I'm misunderstanding, perhaps. No, it still is top 100. That's what kind of surprised me. Like I thought, or I assumed that it was not as high of a market cap. Yeah, seems a little suspicious to me. I'm not sure. Like, I'm always iffy about these like interoperability things, right? And to me, it seems some kind of like move-based interoperability project. Like, what if one of like the major interoperability existing like Chainlink or Axelar or something just added this themselves? Which is why I'm surprised it's such a fucking high fully diluted market cap. But maybe there's something I don't know, right? Maybe there's something I don't fucking know. This chart was around for a while. Really? Like, didn't like Sui and whatnot come out like within the past, like, I guess it'd be in that range, I suppose. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Everywhere I'm looking, it's the same chart, so I'm not too sure. Did this sweep on everything else? Interesting. Interesting. I'm about to get stopped out of this long break even. And it looks like we might be getting a swing fail right here. This swept. Like all these like kind of swept. And then printed the candle after. Not so much. Let's look at this stuff. Yeah, but honestly, I haven't really even been in like the altcoin trenches lately. Just I don't fucking care anymore. There's no point. In my opinion, just better off trading Biddy. Higher volume, more reliable. Don't have to spend all that time researching and whatnot. And the thing is, like, most people trade alt Y, right? It's because like it's more volatile, right? The moves are bigger, higher percentage of moves. So they want to get rich faster, right? So that's why most people trade fucking alts. There's no point. There's no fucking point, right? If you just stick to trading this and become consistent, you're gonna get here fucking regardless. Except that's gonna be consistent. And also more liquid, right? There's a point, if you keep trading, you get to a point where you can't fucking trade alts anymore. You have too much fucking money. You can't go buy some fucking like 50 mil shit coin. Because you just hold too much of the supply. And the order books are not thick enough. That happened to me with some of the stuff I was trading at the start. In the sense that like I got into some of these like lower cap shit coins back before the ETF came out. And like my let's say like my $1,000 had grown to like 20k or something. And then when you go to sell, like the order book, like there's not enough people buying 20k, even 20k worth. So like the price goes way back down. So like when you account for slippage, you're losing like a lot actually. I wish the day comes where my problem is holding the mill shitcoin. But it's not even that, right? It's because like you have to realize that okay, let's say there's a $15 million shitcoin and you put in I'm trying to think in terms of leverage trading. So you can't really leverage trade a lot of these, right? I guess some of them you can, but not really. Like the problem with them is not so much like the market cap or like the number, like the 50 mil, 100 mil, because this happens with the higher cap stuff as well, right? It's not just low cap coins. The problem is like the supply is like very concentrated. This is like held by somebody, whether it's like a handful of people holding a lot or a lot of people holding a lot that aren't selling it. Like there's a very low float. There's only very little amount actually trading. That's the thing. The daily volume for them is low. That's the real problem I'm trying to describe here. Like there's no daily volume on a lot of these things. So like you don't need some significant amount of money even to like run into this issue. Well, I guess like subjective is like, or like significant is subjective, but like not as much as you think. We're not talking about millions of dollars here. But yeah, there are people that trade. There are people who leverage trade on 1x leverage. Just because the market's liquid, you can like, like one issue that you're gonna run into is that, let's say right now I wanted to set a limit order here to enter a long. I set a limit order right here to enter a long, and I enter with I don't know, 100 grand. I might not get fully filled. It might fill. So let's say we're doing 100 grand with like 10x leverage, like $1 million position. You just might not get filled in your exchange. And same thing with the spot, right? So like, there are people that literally are like spot people who just trade futures just so they can get filled in those orders, because like the futures is like more liquid than spot. And you can also like market smash like, or market entry in and out your positions without as much slippage. Like that's why I don't use a lot of these like lesser known exchanges. Like one, I'm not trying to, like there's pros and cons to them, right? Like yes, if you have someone's like referral link and whatnot, you might get like lower fees. But the fees aren't worth it when they're not liquid. Right? Like if my orders are never getting filled and my like stop losses are getting fucking not like, executing fully, what the fuck? I don't want to deal with that shit. Potentially failing here, by the way, might be potentially entering a short here. We start to like lose this. This fucking mouse. I'm so mad this thing is broken, and I imagine the new one's not even out yet. I don't know if I can RMA this. What are these doing? Damn. Yeah, I hope you have a good day, friend. Nice yapping for a little bit. But all the best to you too. Thanks for hanging out with ya, boy. Thing is, I don't know. I wasn't planning to be streaming, and I'm probably not gonna be streaming again relatively soon. Like I'm only here because something happened to my house, and I have to go deal with this tooth shit. I'm back in Toronto. But yeah, I mean, I should be here for a few days, probably maybe like a week, maybe even. We'll see. Cause I have to see what my home insurance says. Maybe I'll end up streaming a couple of weeks and nerding out. We're gonna leave it on here for a bit. Don't need these anymore right for now. I might call it a night here pretty soon. Ba-ba-bum-bum-bum-ba-bum. We do want to be awake tomorrow. Quite early. It's 3 o'clock in the morning almost. God damn. Goddamn. When do I usually stream? It depends. Usually later in the evenings, because like during the day when the market's really moving, I'll be dialed in. And not only that, but like I'm like spending time learning stuff, right? Like I'm not. Like I don't need to be looking at the chart 24/7. Like most of the time, like how much stuff did we do today? Or like I mean in the terms of this stream, like a lot of random stuff, right? Send a bunch of emails, got my options data back, looking into like different competitors for that. Could look at some other random charts, answered some random questions. So yeah, usually like especially when I'm already in trades, especially when I'm in both trades and I already have like everything set. In terms of like the next orders that need to get hit, at that point there's nothing to do, right? At that point, just a way to see which direction we go first. But yeah, with that said, usually later in the evenings my time. So right now it's like about to be 3 a.m. Usually not this late. Like I mean, so I don't want to stream. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm really trying to be a streamer. Like to me, it's just kind of just a way to. Now that I work by myself, right, I just trade. And some other things I got going on potentially. But I have like a lot less social interaction. So one, just a bit of a lonely job in some capacity. And two, it's a way to keep like my speech skills intact. Right? Not just sitting here not speaking. Because if I don't do that, then like the only time I'm having like actually spoken out language essentially is like at the gym throughout the day, or if I go out to some like random outing. So it's kind of like a way to kind of keep it dialed in, keep the thoughts flowing on a daily basis, and help some people out. But yeah, so like, anyways, all that to say that, one, I don't stream every day, right? I don't really stream every day. And I don't know if I ever will, to be honest, right? And at some point I might just stop. That's the other thing. I might just stop. Because it is a bit wasteful at times. Which I don't like. And all of that to say, there's no real like schedule, right? Like it's not like I stream every day, Monday to Friday, like 8 to 5 or something. So, and not only that, but there's times when I'm not here, like where you physically see me seated. Like I'm in another city, and over there I don't stream. Like I don't have all this equipment there. And when that is the case, I'll like talk about trades on my Discord, which is like in the description for the YouTube stuff. But that's like more so just for me to kind of keep like a general idea of what I'm thinking in my head. Anything. Like a way to write down my thoughts, some jot notes essentially. Obviously, it's not comparable at all to like sitting here speaking about things, right? Because I could talk about this stuff for a long time, as opposed to like a 1 minute write up of something. Our things, they got us. They got us. I mean, the next question now is, I'm probably not gonna look to get back in, to be honest. Because I'm getting pretty tired here. Because like you know, we're getting one of these clearly. Potential to go lower, but like, are we just gonna sweep this and do like a bullish retest of the value area low and then go? Or no? And I don't know if I want to wait around any longer for that. I might just set some alarms and call it a night. Because it's late. It is 3 a.m. Actually, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Like, we're already juiced up today on these trades anyways, so... At least like the short, right? And the long from yesterday as well. Where do we, like this long, right? Along this, short this. Bink, bink. So far, pretty good job at juicing it this week, right? So no need to ruin our sleep schedule just to juice out a couple pixels on a screen. Not worth it, guys. You're sacrificing your health for some extra money is not worth it. Especially in this game. Because it never ends, right? It's just always going. It'll probably outlive all of us. There's always another trade to be had. So if you really love it, right? If you really love the game that much, then why not be on top of your health? Make sure you can play it longer. You're alive longer. Die, motherfuckers. My pink. We shot 30-minute candle close too, so we're definitely gonna call it. Let's just kind of see how some of these closed off. At the 1 hour. Cool. Same thing over here. The single print got grabbed. The next question for this would be that can we start closing above the golden pocket or not? Or reclaim that bit. Anyways, yeah, call it a night. The stop loss for my short, I had it here originally before doing like the shave here. But like now that we did do that, I'm gonna move it back to like to buy the entry, and then just have some TPs here in case you like roll over in the next couple hours while I'm sleeping. And yeah, in the long, like they got us. The motherfuckers got us. This little Papin got me. So potentially missing out on the long here, but that's okay, right? Didn't lose anything. Got out break even, including the fees. So we got a free roll, and if that thing had just ran from there, we'd be chilling. That's okay. So I think with that said, yeah, let me just make sure these orders are set up correctly and whatnot. And yeah, I mean, also, if anyone's considering a short, right, remember, we're kind of waiting to see what happens here and here. Because we might just roll these over after sweeping this. Yeah, potential short opportunity cooking for people that are not in a short. How much of the liquidity did we grab? Still some left to go. Anyways, fuck it. I'm out this bit. Call it a night. Stay safe. Don't get liquidated. Manage your risk, right? You know, when you get free rolls like these, take them, right? It's a free roll. You're not gonna lose it in nothing. And that's how you should be treating most of your trades. Look at all of them, really. It's very, very, very rare. Very fucking rare. Extremely rare, actually. Where I get a trade that is not stopped out break even. In the sense of like eliminating my losing trades. Like, I'm perfectly fine taking entries like this. Again, pepping, stopped out, and then it just goes. Because in the world where it went lower and I didn't move my stop up, then I'd be now like incurring a loss. So you save yourself so many fucking losses, especially when trying to get entries in these lower time frames, right? Especially when trying to get entries in these lower time frames. Like, if you don't do that, the math is gonna get you over time. But anyways, I'm ranting. I'm out this bitch. I'm out this bitch.